Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the SoCalGas Research Development and Demonstration 2022 Public Workshop. My name is Matt Grigori, and I'm a Technology Development Manager on the RD&D team. Excuse me. My pronouns are he, him, and his. I will be your host this morning, along with my RD&D teammates. We have a few meeting notes to share. Each topical session will end with time for questions and comments. We will dedicate 30 minutes at the end of the day for additional questions and comments. A recording of today's workshop will be available for download after the presentation. To pose a question, please raise your hand in the GoToWebinar controls. We will be limiting responses to 1 minute in order to accommodate all of our attendees. We encourage you to provide written comments following the workshop. Please submit them to rddinfo@socalgas.com by 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, Friday, May 6th, 2022. On your screen, you should see a control panel. For questions from the audience, there are two options. You can click on the questions bar to submit written questions, or you can raise your hand to be called on during the Q&A session by clicking on the raise hand icon. When you are called on to ask a question, we will first grant you access to unmute. Then you must unmute yourself by clicking on the red microphone icon. After you have asked your question, please click the microphone icon again to go back on mute. And a reminder that questions and comments will be limited to 1 minute. If you click on the handouts bar, you'll find a number of important documents, including the 2021 RD&D annual report, today's workshop presentation, and a technical FAQ document. We recognize that our audience is diverse, so we tried to provide some basic technical information, eat, sleep, and breathe science and technology the way RD&D staff do. We've also compiled a list of feedback questions. You will see these presented during the presentation, but we wanted to provide all of the questions in a single location to help our stakeholders compose written comments after the workshop. Attendees calling in by phone will be in listen-only mode. We apologize for this inconvenience. Finally, we will be sharing a few videos as part of our presentation today. You may need to adjust audio settings on your computer to allow for video sound in order to fully enjoy our video presentations. Today's workshop will be divided into 4 segments. First, we'd like to share our successes, talk a little bit about 2021 and the current year. We'd like to explain RD&D in depth, including our project selection process. We'll summarize our 2023 research plan, and we'll seek stakeholder input through each of the 5 program areas within RD&D. We will be working hard to stick to this schedule. That allows folks to dial in just for any of the programs that might be interesting to them. If we finish a section early, we'll have to wait until the next section's scheduled start time. But we have a lot of information to cover, so I don't think that will be a problem. Let's begin. SoCalGas RD&D identifies and supports projects and technologies with the potential to save energy, reduce GHG emissions, improve air quality, and increase the safety, reliability, and affordability of energy. In 2021, RD&D supported hundreds of research projects. We had a total of 379 active projects. We completed 114 projects and initiated 72 new research projects. In 2021, RD&D spent $18.03 million against an authorized budget of $18.19 million. This is an actuals to authorized variance of just 1%. RD&D achieved an average leverage ratio of 5.2x, meaning on average, for every dollar provided to a research project by RD&D, for every dollar provided to a research project by RD&D, the project received $5.2 in funding from other agencies, utilities, or funding programs. Increasing the diversity of our supplier base is critical to SoCalGas's mission of delivering clean, safe, and reliable natural gas to our customers. Working with culturally and ethnically diverse business owners is not just an integral part of our corporate strategy, but also benefits our suppliers and local communities. In 2021, SoCalGas spent over $970 million with diverse firms, working with 577 diverse suppliers. RD&D, for its part, supported 27 research projects located in disadvantaged communities. As part of our equity engagement effort, RD&D also met with 33 groups, including community-based organizations and diverse academic populations, to better understand the need of our under-resourced communities. Connecting with the research community and sharing the results of our work are very important to our team. In 2021, we held a workshop to collect input and feedback on our 2022 research plan. We also significantly ramped up our activities on LinkedIn, sharing project updates, funding and grant opportunities, and news. If you are on LinkedIn, I highly recommend following the RD&D account. And in 2021, we held 4 research webinars featuring our research partners and providing the public with a deep dive into our work and the results of our research projects. In 2021, our projects resulted in 40 reports, briefs, and journal articles. The RD&D team was also recognized as a top innovator by the publication Public Utilities Fortnightly. Seeking out and securing outside funding is an important feature of the RD&D program. In 2021, 11 project proposals were awarded over $48 million of co-funding from agencies including CEC and Department of Energy. And a number of our alumni companies received significant external support as they continue to grow. Just a few of these companies are listed here. A major goal of the RD&D program is to bring technology from the lab to market. In 2021, organizations across California and throughout the nation deployed numerous products and technologies for real-world use as a direct result of the support they received from the RD&D program. A few examples include Stone Mountain Technology, or SMTI, has commercialized their gas heat pump product under the brand name Anesi. This heat pump technology was developed with assistance from RD&D. An international team led by researchers at UCLA developed a structured relational fault displacement database that will support creation of new probabilistic models and ultimately a probabilistic fault displacement hazard map of the state of California. A full case study of this project is available in our 2021 annual report. And of course, for more details about all of the projects we supported in 2021, please take a look at our annual report, which is included in your handouts today. It's also posted to the RD&D website. You can see the link at the bottom of the slide here. Safety is a key component of the company culture at SoCalGas. So before we launch into the workshop content, we'd like everyone to take a moment to think about safety. Did you know that eye strain caused by screens has its own name? It's called Computer Vision Syndrome, or CVS. Since we will all be at our computers for the next few hours, let's review some of the symptoms of eye strain. Symptoms include dry or watery eyes, blurred or double vision, headaches, soreness in the neck, shoulders and back, sensitivity to light, and trouble concentrating. To help prevent eye strain, we recommend practicing the 20-20-20 exercise. For the 20-20-20 exercise, every 20 minutes, try to look up away from your computer and look at something that's about 20 feet away, and then focus on that item for at least 20 seconds. Eye strain from computers and other digital devices can be uncomfortable. The 20-20-20 rule may help you avoid eye strain, along with decreasing your time spent looking at screens. Now let's talk a little bit about 2022. On March 22nd of this year, the CPUC issued Resolution G3586 approving SoCalGas RD&D's 2022 research plan. The resolution approved spending up to $16.94 million in 2022. We received some guidance from the resolution, including encouragement to explain the RD&D portfolio selection process and how RD&D selects project areas, develop in consultation with the Energy Division a framework for collecting and reporting estimates of project reliability, safety, environmental benefits, operational efficiencies, and benefits to underserved communities, and discuss how SoCalGas incorporated feedback from workshop stakeholders and commission staff. We'll cover a few of these items today. We'll be working to achieve these goals in our next research plan. For 2022, Resolution G3586 authorized a total spend of about $16.5 million, with 10% set aside for program admin. We are planning 33% towards low carbon resources, 22% for gas operations, 12% for clean transportation, 10% for clean generation, and 13% for customer end use applications. Our research partners are a key component of RD&D. We'd like to take a moment to share a video featuring a few of our valued collaborators. Just a reminder, you may need to adjust your audio settings to allow for video sound in order to fully enjoy the video.
So we have been working on carbon dioxide capture from ocean water. And the SoCalGas project is all about developing the next generation electrodialyzer.
We have the largest university-based hydrogen fueling station in the nation. One big element that made this project possible was the R&D money from SoCalGas. They provided the support for the senior design capstone project.
We truly appreciate the relationship with SoCalGas that is interested in our work with hydrogen.
We have a large project which is Fault Displacement Hazard Initiative. SoCalGas has been a critical player in this project. Otherwise, we couldn't do it.
So what they did was to provide a seed fund. Those kind of seed funds are very important to explore new and potentially disruptive ideas.
Without their support, we couldn't run the program, we couldn't pay the faculty time, we couldn't support the student to do the project. And so therefore it was a very good opportunity for us to utilize that money to keep the program going and give our students the opportunity to do something meaningful and useful.
The first funding agency or agencies are always important because when we have such funding, we can use it as a leverage to go after more funding.
So in addition to funding, the RD&D really provide kind of manpower support. They provided technical support as well as give suggestions.
Of course, I would like to thank SoCalGas because they have been a great partner for us over the past several years, and I witnessed how this program, how this partnership is helping our students to grow professionally, to be more skillful and more prepared for the workforce. In fact, a couple of students, graduates of this program, were employed by SoCalGas, and that shows the mutual benefit of this partnership, and for that I'm very thankful.
We truly appreciate the relationship with SoCalGas.
We thank SoCalGas for their support.
I would like to thank SoCalGas.
This support is very important for our school, for our program, and for this transition.
All right, now let's dig into RD&D in a little bit more detail. Let me introduce you to the amazing RD&D team. RD&D is staffed with experts in science, engineering, industrial process technology, and environmental policy. You will get to meet a few of these folks as we go through the individual program presentations later today. For RD&D, we believe our mission is to identify transformational energy solutions, build them, and share them with the world. To support this mission, we've identified 3 key values. Science, our team is seeking answers to some of today's most pressing energy questions. Synergy, we work with amazing researchers in California, across the US, and in some instances, internationally. And equity, our work supports affordable access to clean, safe, and reliable energy for all Californians. These values inform how we select projects and which research we support. SoCalGas is committed to providing safe, affordable, and reliable gas service. We are also dedicated to improving the quality of life in the communities we serve by maintaining a diverse workforce, working with suppliers that represent and reflect the communities we serve, and giving back through charitable contributions and employee volunteer opportunities. As we mentioned earlier, SoCalGas spent $972 million, or over 42% of our total purchases, with diverse firms in 2021. This is the 29th year that SoCalGas has exceeded the diverse spending goals set by the CPUC. And reinforcing our vision of a workplace where everyone feels like they belong and is able to thrive, SoCalGas Diversity and Inclusion Department offers several ways for our employees to be involved, including 5 Diversity and Inclusion Councils, Diversity and Inclusion Mentoring Program, annual Diversity and Inclusion Summits, and the Valor Program for onboarding veterans. SoCalGas RD&D also has a role to play by seeking to locate projects in under-resourced communities, supporting diverse research teams that include members from disadvantaged and underrepresented groups, sharing the results from RD&D projects to inform and educate the general public, and reporting our progress in diversity and inclusion efforts in our annual report. For more details, please visit the SoCalGas Empower and Supplier Diversity websites. Public Utilities Code 740.1 laid the foundation for utility-directed research, development, and demonstration programs. This statute is the basis for how we manage RD&D activities. The code directs RD&D activities to identify projects that have reasonable probability of success, that provide ratepayer benefit, and that do not unnecessarily duplicate work conducted by other research organizations. Before we dig into the details of RD&D any further, I'd like to share a few terms that we will use today. SoCalGas RD&D is a department within SoCalGas focused on identifying, testing, and developing transformational technologies and products that promote decarbonization. A program is a division within SoCalGas RD&D focused on products and technologies united by a broad theme, such as clean transportation. Programs generally remain constant year to year. A subprogram is a division within a program focused on a subset of the program theme, such as on-road transportation or refueling stations. Subprograms remain relatively constant, but can change in response to industry developments or CPUC guidance. And then we have research areas. Each subprogram includes several research areas. These forward-looking categories suggest the types of projects RD&D hopes to fund. Staff evaluate research areas annually. Research areas are non-exhaustive. RD&D is divided into 5 research programs that span the entire energy delivery value chain. In order from the supply side to the demand side, we have low carbon resources, gas operations, clean transportation, clean generation, and customer end use applications. RD&D focuses on 6 customer benefits. Every project we conduct supports at least one of these benefits, and most projects support multiple benefits for our customers. The benefits are reliability, reduced greenhouse gas emissions, improved air quality, safety, improved affordability, and operational efficiency. The RD&D program is a vital element of a much larger technology funding ecosystem. RD&D program staff works with leading industry professionals and subject matter experts from these organizations, as well as from universities, national labs, and businesses to maximize the impact of our investments in promising technologies and products with high commercialization potential. These relationships allow us to effectively identify and close knowledge and research gaps, avoid duplication of previous and ongoing research, and to mitigate technical, economic, and commercialization risks. Together, information and research concepts are exchanged, project collaborations are developed, and public and private funding opportunities are actively sought. These are just a few of the universities, public agencies, research consortia, and national labs that RD&D has worked with in the past. We welcome the opportunity to collaborate with new research partners, especially those from diverse academic populations at universities and colleges that serve first-generation students and students from environmental and social justice communities. SoCalGas RD&D program complements and supplements research being funded at government agencies, industry, and the investment community. For example, the RD&D team is a commercialization partner for industry focused on bringing technology from the lab to the market. The RD&D team also leverages diverse sources of funding. When funding opportunities arise, the team excels at building strong teams to pursue funding opportunities that leverage RD&D resources. This also provides stronger applicants to funding agencies developing RFPs or reviews for proposals. Finally, the RD&D team takes an agile approach to project selection that allows us to move quickly and respond to funding opportunities or changes in the research landscape. Now let's cover the process we use to select RD&D projects. RD&D staff identify project concepts through a number of pathways, including working with SoCalGas operations teams to identify needs or technology gaps, engaging with the research community through public forums like today's workshop, and by coordinating with other utilities and research groups through our participation in consortia. RD&D seeks projects that are in alignment with an RD&D subprogram, subprogram, and research area, meet as many RD&D project evaluation criteria as possible, provide one or more ratepayer benefits, and advance the state of the art. Our evaluation criteria were developed using the guidance contained in Public Utility Code 740.1 and based on stakeholder feedback, input from the CPUC and Energy Division staff, and the CPUC's Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan. When we evaluate projects, we consider which of the 6 benefits described earlier the research could provide, the experience, qualifications, and resources of the research team, the technical feasibility of the research, the commercialization potential of the technology, whether the research aligns with California policy, the amount and sources of co-funding available to support the project, and the equity components of the project, including the impact and benefits of the research on under-resourced communities, the diversity of the research team, and efforts to reach out to ESJ communities and community-based organizations as part of the research. SoCalGas RD&D takes a comprehensive yet flexible approach that enables us to identify potential projects most in alignment with RD&D program goals, state and federal environmental policy, and industry demand, accurately assess the likelihood of potential projects to succeed, work with proven organizations and technologies over time, and respond nimbly to changing market, technology, and policy drivers. The RD&D project selection process is iterative, allowing project concepts to adjust based on input from multiple sources. Projects are subject to at least 2 levels of review. First, by technical subject matter experts, and then by the standard fiduciary approval process in place within SoCalGas's corporate structure. To seek support from SoCalGas RD&D for a project, technology, or product, follow these steps. Connect with the relevant program lead. Evaluate your project, technology, or product against the elements of a good project. Confirm alignment and refine your project in conversation with the relevant program lead. And then submit a project proposal. Now we can talk a little bit about our plan for 2023. To build the RD&D research plan, we considered multiple factors, including ratepayer needs, regulatory and policy drivers, and industry input. State policy is a key driver for RD&D. We also consider federal rules, regional regulations, and local initiatives when developing our research plan. We have listed here just a few of the key regulatory drivers that we use to inform the RD&D planning process. In early 2022, we conducted outreach meetings with representatives from 11 industry organizations, including the CEC, the Department of Energy, GTI, and a number of research institutes. The key takeaways were recommendations to collaborate with community-based organizations, fund workforce development projects, support projects that combine hydrogen production, distribution, and end uses, develop gas heat pump technologies, increase our focus on clean transportation with renewable gases, more hydrogen fueling stations with on-site hydrogen production, and explore the use of existing pipelines for transport of carbon dioxide. The proposed funding allocation for 2023, with our 10% allocation for program administration, we're proposing 33% to low carbon resources, 22% to gas operations, 12% to clean transportation, 10% to clean generation, and 13% to customer end use applications. All right, we are a little bit ahead of schedule, but I am now ready to open this up to questions from the audience, covering all the material we've covered so far this morning. So let's begin. All right, so first question I've got is, how and to what extent does SoCalGas coordinate its research projects with the Gas Research Institute? And this is from Jason. Jason, I don't know what the Gas Research Institute is, but if you mean Gas Technology Institute, we have a close and long-standing relationship with GTI. We also coordinate a number of research projects through our consortiums, which will be covered a little bit later today. GTI is an important part of the ecosystem that I referenced earlier, as far as generating new projects, coordinating new research teams, applying to funding solicitations. And there's a question about, will the slide deck be available? The deck is available in your handouts right now. Is there a projected level of RD&D funding for 2022 and 2023? And this is from Kevin. Yes, the 2022 projected RD&D funding is set forth in our 2022 research plan, which was approved by the Commission earlier this year. The 2023 funding is here, and this is what we are proposing today. So we'll go through each of the program areas to discuss more detail about that funding. And this is an opportunity for the research community to provide input on these funding proposals and the research areas proposed by each program. All right, how does your company conduct deployment of the completed R&D projects? So in the case when we have a project that commercializes a technology or develops a technology, there are a couple different pathways. One is within our internal use. Sometimes we develop technologies that are deployed within SoCalGas operations and used by our operational team. So that was research that was likely driven by some technical need or technology gap identified by our internal teams. And then for other technologies and products, we always seek to identify a good commercialization pathway for those technologies. So oftentimes, as we're developing new technologies, we will look to find a commercialization partner to help a startup company or a technology provider bring that technology to market, and then work to advance that technology into the commercial space. So we generally strive to bring these technologies to market so that they can actually provide benefit to our customers.
Matt, this is Karen. We have a hand raised by Peggy Hazlitt. Should I unmute her?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Peggy, go ahead.
Good morning. First off, I want to just say thank you for doing this. And we really appreciate that here at the Greater Ontario Business Council. So I liked it when we were watching the video and we saw that by putting and working with universities that we're exposing the next generation of workforce to this type of career pathways. My question is, are we working with any of our institutions of higher education here in the Inland Empire? And how do we tie those projects to hydrogen-based big rigs so that we definitely are meeting the clean air issue that we deal with here in the Inland Empire, because we are, again, so focused on distribution and logistics?
Matt, did we lose you?
There, I was on mute. Peggy, thank you for the question. I don't know that we have good relationships with many universities in the Inland Empire, so I would recommend, if you could, please provide written comments after the workshop, and if you have recommendations for colleges, universities, community colleges, or trade colleges that we could connect with, that you think would benefit from a relationship with RD&D, we absolutely will reach out to them. We are, as we saw in some of the feedback that we received in our earlier outreach efforts this year, thinking about workforce development is going to be important, and so we'll be incorporating that into the research plan. And then, within the clean transportation sector, as you mentioned, hydrogen fuel cell trucks and other hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles, I think that's a natural alignment for workforce development. So I think that's a great avenue, and that's very good and important feedback for the Clean Transportation Program as we develop our research plan for 2023. All right, so we got a question, a written question about PUC code 740.1 states that projects should not unnecessarily duplicate research undertaken by other organizations. How does SoCalGas ensure non-duplicity? That's a great question. So one of the key ways we do that is working through our research consortia, and we'll get a little bit more detail about research consortia later today, but they tend to be organizations composed of multiple research entities and utilities across the United States and even North America. And working with these research consortia, we have the opportunity to leverage our funding. So we're pooling funding from multiple different resources, but we're also coordinating with all of those. We're working together with all of those utilities. So that's one way that we can ensure that we're not duplicating research that, say, another utility on the East Coast is conducting similar research, but we would be working with them through our consortium efforts. And the other way we do this is through our subject matter experts and through workshops like this, connecting with the research community, attending conferences, developing our network with researchers across the United States and around the world so that we are up to date on the current state of the art, and we're advancing the technology and conducting research that advances the technology without duplicating or repeating work that's already been done. And a question from Bianca, how can charities better partner with the gas company to best provide services to those living food insecure? Absolutely reach out to me, provide your written comments after the workshop. I can help connect you with our philanthropic giving group. RD&D is just part of a larger family, of the larger SoCalGas family that includes charitable giving programs, grant opportunities, scholarship funding, diversity and inclusion efforts, and supplier diversity. So we're absolutely happy to connect you with the correct group within SoCalGas to help facilitate those relationships. Does the research program include analyses of alternatives to underground storage fields, such as Aliso Canyon? I will leave that for the gas operations team program presentation a little bit later today. And would you be describing more on what types of projects are part of the allocations, for example, low carbon resources, customer end use? Yes, absolutely. So the following set of presentations for the rest of the day will do a deeper dive into each of the 5 programs within RD&D to give a little bit more information about what that program focuses on and what the research areas they've identified for 2023 are. How can we contact SoCalGas R&D for a collaboration? rddinfo@socalgas.com is your best avenue to connect with the group. When you do reach out, it's helpful if you can describe the collaboration in some detail so that we can make sure it gets directed to the right group. As you go through the workshop today and learn about each of the 5 programs, if you know which program aligns best with the collaboration concept, that you'd like to propose. If you can note that, it's helpful to help direct it to the right team to start the evaluation process. All right, any other questions? Are there any other hands raised?
I don't see any other hands at this moment. Was there anyone else who would like to verbalize a question?
So I see we've got some of our research partners from GTI here today. I saw we've got representatives from the California Energy Commission and CPUC here today, so thank you for joining us. All right, then let's go into our second safety moment of the day. As you know, safety is a priority at SoCalGas, and April is National Safe Digging Month. With spring springing and the weather warming up, many of our customers are looking forward to getting out into the garden or doing some yard work. Before you do, please remember to call 811 before you dig.
This is Southern California, creative capital of the world. Look at your spectacular outdoor projects, from crafty landscaping to true do-it-yourself masterpieces. What do they have in common? They all started by contacting 811. SoCalGas reminds you, contact 811 2 business days before you dig so you can have your natural gas lines marked. Because every masterpiece should start with safety.
All right, we are just about 15 minutes ahead of schedule here, so we will use the rest of this time for Q&A because we do want to stick to our schedule, and I believe the next
Matt, there may have been some technical difficulties with the 811 video.
oh no, okay.
So maybe, I think you have to turn off your camera and then share. It's short, maybe we share it again real quick.
This is Southern California, creative capital of the world. Look at your spectacular outdoor projects, from crafty landscaping to true do-it-yourself masterpieces. What do they have in common? They all started by contacting 811. SoCalGas reminds you, contact 811 2 business days before you dig so you can have your natural gas lines marked. Because every masterpiece should start with safety.
How was that?
That worked. Thank you so much. And especially since damage prevention is one of our main goals.
So a couple more questions that came in. How is your upper management's support of the RD&D work? Budget increases or decreases in the recent years? So the RD&D program is approved through the general rate case process, which occurs every 3 to 5 years for SoCalGas. And the budget is approved by the California Public Utilities Commission within that process. And then each year we do this public workshop and we provide a research plan to the commission outlining our allocation of funds within the authorized spending amount for the following research year. So right now this workshop is focused on the 2023 calendar year to talk about how we're allocating our authorized funds for 2023. And that was a very long way of saying that our budget is not controlled by upper management at SoCalGas. This is a repair funded program, and so we are subject to review and approval by the CPUC and Energy Division staff. And the next question, has SoCalGas conducted research on preventing large-scale transmission lines from failures in the desert area? And so I will leave that question again for the gas operations team a little bit later today.
Matt, since we have a little bit of a lull as people are putting in, I did want to clarify, we will cover the consortiums, as you said, during the gas operations presentation, but a reference was made to the Gas Research Institute, and I just wanted to clarify for the audience that GRI was a research institute. It merged with IT to become the Gas Technology Institute, which is today. So just to clarify terminology.
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, appreciate that. All right, another question came in. What is the plan to sustain the collaboration and partnership that you have established with your current university partners? Right, so I think we conduct a number of multi-year projects with our research partners, so we intend to continue to maintain those relationships. Part of our workshop outreach efforts is to engage with new research stakeholders as well. And I think it's important for us to continue the communication process, the networking that we do in order to identify new research projects in the future. So we welcome, the interaction. We want to find out what's going on in your research programs. I think a key part of this workshop effort is to help us identify technologies, or research areas that we haven't identified. So we look forward to continuing to have those discussions with our current research partners in order to, refine the research program and the plan for 2023.
Just a reminder to all that if you check the handouts section, you'll be able to download the copy of the presentation as well as our hot off the press 2021 annual RD&D report. And if you have questions, as people have been doing, you can put it in the question chat written, or you can raise your hand. And we are also asking for written comments to be submitted by May 6th. Your feedback is definitely appreciated as we put together our 2023 RD&D program plan.
All right, another question. As far as clean transportation RD&D is concerned, are there specific vehicle applications that your team focuses on? We'll dig into that a little bit more during the clean transportation program presentation later on today. But since we have time, we can chat about it. I think we have historically been focused primarily on heavy duty applications, and we'll talk a little bit about our history of developing ultra low NOx or near zero emissions CNG heavy duty truck engines. Our focus has shifted a little bit more towards fuel cell electric vehicles, and again, particularly in the heavy duty space, but we've also started exploring off-road, including rail, marine, and aviation. And so we would be interested to get feedback from the attendees today and our stakeholders on which clean transportation applications we should prioritize, or where we should focus our research efforts within clean transportation, because there is a fairly broad set of applications out there, and any input you have as far as which would make the greatest impact for California to achieve its environmental goals, or equity considerations, environmental and social justice considerations, we should that would be really valuable. All right, and the next question, would there be any update on the status of the hydrogen blending with natural gas project and its prospects? I won't cover any specific projects in great detail today, because we have a lot we want to talk about the 2023 plan and make sure there's plenty of time to get feedback but if you chat with a specific question, please feel free to email SoCalGas.com. And I apologize for turning my camera off, but I was getting a notification of low bandwidth. So I'm just going to try to conserve some bandwidth for a while. Yep, and as a couple more minutes here, but as Karen mentioned, we recently released our 2021 RD&D annual report. It's in your handouts here. It is posted to the RD&D webpage. I recommend anyone interested to check out the RD&D webpage. We keep it updated pretty regularly with upcoming webinars. You can find all of our old webinars there, so we have recordings of those. So if you missed a webinar that you're interested in, you can check that out and get to our YouTube channel via that webpage. Any upcoming events that we have will be posted there. All of our annual reports for the last few years are posted there as well if you'd like to review. And as I mentioned, we're fairly active on LinkedIn, so I highly recommend following our LinkedIn account if you want to stay up to speed with upcoming events. We also post interesting news items, particularly project updates. We like to post on our LinkedIn page. So we'd love to stay connected with everyone, and we hope that you will follow us on our webpage and via LinkedIn. All right, last minute for questions. And thank you, Heather. So the LinkedIn link is posted in the chat for anyone. All right, last question. How can we see a list of participants and how to change the name that appears on the screen? I don't know that we can share the list of participants, but I will. I know my team knows how to change your screen name. Heather or Karen?
I'm not sure if it's the same process for you, but when I do it, I click on the sharing tab and then click on settings and then click on general. And that's where I'm not sure from
Okay.
attendee standpoint how to do it.
Yeah, not sure if we can do that. Sorry. All right. With that, I will hand the presentation over to Ethan Simonoff in the Low Carbon Resources RD&D program.
You're muted, Ethan.
All right, thank you, Heather. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Matt, for your presentation. As Matt said, my name is Ethan Simonoff, and I'm one of the project managers in the Low Carbon Resources program. Today, I'll be going over the Low Carbon Resources Research Plan, and including descriptions of the program. Yeah, I think I need to.
We're just seeing a partial screen.
Okay, let me, sorry for that. 1 second. Let me go
It's
back.
all right.
How's that look? Is that better?
No, still not.
Okay. Let me, you know what? I think this was fixed last time by changing the screen. Being shared. Is that better? Or still the same?
Yes. No, it looks good now.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, sorry for that delay. As I mentioned, we'll be going over our research plan today, including descriptions of the program and our research areas, how we're aligned with the goals and policies of the state of California, our proposed funding allocation for 2023, and some specific areas from which we'd like feedback from the community. The Low Carbon Resources RD&D program develops and demonstrates new and emerging technologies that can expand the production and use of renewable gases while offsetting and/or directly removing greenhouse gases from the environment. Specifically, the goals of our program are to increase the availability of renewable gases, including renewable natural gas and hydrogen, and to help decarbonize the pipeline by exploring diverse renewable gas feedstocks and advancing various renewable gas production pathways. Additionally, we develop technologies that can offset emissions from conventional gas use by capturing and permanently removing atmospheric carbon and greenhouse gas emissions, or through carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, or CCUS technologies. As an overview of our program in 2021, the LCR program supported 42 projects and contributed both technical resources and $5,018,729 to these projects. We completed 15 projects and initiated 7 new projects during the year of 2021. And for more information, please read the SoCalGas RD&D program 2021 annual report, which is included in your handouts. The projects in the Low Carbon Resources program are expected to provide ratepayers and stakeholders a variety of benefits, including greenhouse gas emission reductions, air quality improvements, cost savings benefits, reliability, and safety. In particular, the primary benefits of the program include decarbonization of the pipeline by replacing fossil source gas with renewable gas. This has the potential to reduce, mitigate, or even eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, by applying CCUS technologies, carbon dioxide can be permanently removed from the atmosphere, either directly or through waste diversion and carbon recycling. Additionally, by developing distributed energy resources such as point-of-use hydrogen production, our energy systems can become more reliable and safe, providing on-site production, generation, and mitigating transportation costs and reducing potential hazards. Next, we'll show how these benefits are aligned with California's decarbonization and air quality improvement policies. Here are many of California's policies that align with the goals of the Low Carbon Resources program. In particular, our research and development efforts are well aligned with California's goals of attaining carbon neutrality by 2045, as well as reducing greenhouse gas emissions from important sources, such as organic waste. The Low Carbon Resources program is also aligned with the California Public Utility Commission's Environmental and Social Justice Plan, particularly Goal 2, in that it improves equity by reducing emissions and improving air quality in areas neighboring industrial facilities, many of which fall within low-income or disadvantaged communities. The deployment of carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration technologies near industrial facilities has important implications since the removal of CO2 from the atmosphere can greatly improve local air quality. One project we are supporting is located in Bakersfield, California, which, according to the American Lung Association State of the Air report, has one of the highest levels of air pollution in the nation. This project that we are collaborating with IWVC will demonstrate direct air capture technology that will be able to remove 30 tons of CO2 annually. This technology has the co-benefit of producing potable water, and in this demonstration, this demonstration will co-produce 1,000 liters of water annually. Next, we'll go into more detail for each of the two sub-programs under low carbon resources. As a reminder, these are renewable gas production and carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, or CCUS. Up first is renewable gas production, which focuses on the safe, reliable, and cost-effective production of renewable gaseous fuels, specifically RNG, or renewable natural gas, and hydrogen from various feedstocks and multiple technological pathways. One important driver for this sub-program is that of the nearly 420 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions in the state of California, 7% are due to agriculture and forestry activities, much of which of these emissions can be diverted, captured, and or upgraded to produce renewable natural gas. One way in which we are addressing California's vast agricultural and dairy resources is through the development of a bioreactor, shown in this picture on the right, that can convert CO2 to pipeline quality biomethane. Low carbon resources supported research efforts at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory to design, develop, and build this reactor, which targets biogas, which is comprised primarily of methane and CO2. The bioreactor can use renewable energy and this biogas from diverted waste streams from agriculture and dairy industries to produce renewable natural gas. Another key driver for the renewable gas production subprogram is in developing cost-effective and scalable hydrogen production. The Department of Energy, as part of its Earthshots program, has set an ambitious goal of reaching $1 per kilogram hydrogen by 2030. There are two broad pathways which have been identified for producing renewable hydrogen. One is the conversion of organic waste, and the other is electrolysis via water splitting. As you can see here from the price in the plots shown, there are several key areas in which capital and operating expenses must be reduced in order to meet this goal of $1 per kilogram hydrogen. Low carbon resources supports projects in both of these important areas. The images shown on the right represent a few examples of some of the projects and development activities we have undertaken to target cost reduction and help attain federal and state hydrogen goals. Briefly, on the top right, this image shows an advanced steam methane reforming reactor designed by STARS Corporation. This small modular reactor is 3D printed, microchanneled, and inductively heated. Research on this reactor has shown world record efficiencies in the conversion of renewable natural gas to renewable hydrogen. The image on the bottom right represents one possible electrolyzer design developed by H2U Technologies, which is aiming to reduce the cost to produce hydrogen by using earth-abundant materials and reducing capital costs in water splitting devices. Under this sub-program, we'll be looking at the following research areas: renewable hydrogen production via advanced water splitting, electrochemical hydrogen management technologies, renewable methane production, renewable gas production via biomass gasification, distributed hydrogen production via advanced steam methane reforming, and emissions-free hydrogen production via methane pyrolysis. Some recent important developments in the field of renewable gas production include the bipartisan infrastructure law, which mandated developing a national strategy for clean hydrogen and directed $8 billion to fund at least 4 regional clean hydrogen hubs, in addition to providing other funding opportunities. Up next, we'll talk about the second sub-program under low carbon resources, which is carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration. CCUS has become a key focus and vital tool in the fight against climate change. Importantly, CCUS has emerged as a strategy that is necessary to consider alongside renewable gas production in order to meet climate goals such as preventing the warming of the Earth by more than 2 degrees Celsius. For instance, as can be seen in the figure on the right, certain hard to decarbonize and otherwise unmitigated sources of carbon emissions must be offset by carbon capture or carbon dioxide removal to meet these goals. As an example, here are some of the technologies we have supported through this subprogram. Firstly, shown in the upper image is an electrolyzer developed by the company 12 that is able to use water and CO2 to produce important feedstocks that can be used to make fuels or plastics. This technology allows captured CO2 to be converted into durable, usable goods or recycled into renewable fuels. Secondly, below is an image of a bench scale proof of concept system that can extract and capture CO2 from seawater. This technology was initially developed at Caltech and is now being scaled up by the startup company Captura, who was recently announced as a recipient of the X Prize Milestone Award. Under this subprogram, we'll be looking at the following research areas: direct air capture or direct ocean capture systems to enable deployment at scale, conversion of captured CO2 into plastics, cement, and biofuels for long-term carbon storage, production of renewable fuels for hard to decarbonize industries using captured CO2 and hydrogen, and point source carbon capture technologies that can take advantage of the increased carbon content present in industrial processes and industrial emissions. Some important recent developments in this field include the bipartisan infrastructure law, which provided $3.5 billion for carbon capture demonstration and pilot projects over the next 5 years, as well as other funding opportunities. On this slide is our proposed funding allocation for the year of 2023. This breakdown represents a proposed increase in the proportion of our budget to fund CCUS projects. As shown, our total authorized out of a total authorized budget of $5,618,042, we are proposing 50%, which will fund renewable gas production projects, and 50%, which will fund CCUS projects. Thank you for your attention and interest in the Low Carbon Resources Program. Your feedback is important to us. To help facilitate this conversation, we put together a few guided questions listed here. Here are the areas in which we'd like specific feedback. 1, what are the key obstacles to scaling up carbon capture technologies? 2, what are the most promising feedstocks to generate renewable hydrogen and renewable natural gas? 3, which renewable gas production technologies integrate well with renewable resource intermittency? 4, in order to maximize efficiency, should we focus on centralized or distributed solutions for gas production technologies? 5, what are the new technologies emerging in the carbon capture space that we should consider funding? 6, which carbon capture technologies pair best with hard to decarbonize industries? Feel free to raise your hand or enter your question using the question tab in the GoToWebinar interface. You can also submit feedback or questions in writing after the workshop is concluded. As a reminder, all of the feedback questions are compiled into a single document in your handouts, along with instructions for submitting written comments. Please note that written comments are due by 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Friday, May 6, 2022. With that, I'd like to open the floor to questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan. All right, so a couple questions here. The first one is, can the current infrastructure handle the hydrogen? And so I think we'll cover that. That's probably a question more for the gas operations team. But I think it is an open question, and there is research going on around blending hydrogen into the current infrastructure.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I think as Matt said, gas ops will likely cover that area, but we have explored blending opportunities for hydrogen in the natural gas pipeline system.
Doesn't renewable natural gas create GHG emissions when it is burned by the end users? What are the net GHG emissions when RNG is used by regular end users?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a great question. Yeah, at point of source, when you burn natural gas, you do create GHG emissions. But when you look at from a net perspective, a lot of the feedstocks that we're targeting for production of renewable natural gas are being diverted from areas where they would otherwise, for instance, emit methane into the atmosphere. By using these feedstocks, such as dairy or agricultural waste products or food waste, we essentially reduce carbon intensity by reducing methane emissions, as well as using those otherwise waste products to generate fuels, and reducing sort of the burden or the reliance on fossil sourced gas or fuels. There's been a lot of different research, and we'll get back to you on the specifics, but I know that CARB put out a report that looked at the carbon intensity for CNG fuels like CNG vehicles using renewable natural gas, and showed that they actually demonstrated net negative carbon intensity. But yeah, it's a great question. Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan. Yeah, it should be noted that those carbon intensities are determined by the California Air Resources Board using the California GREET model. So there's a fairly rigorous model in place to determine the net carbon intensity for renewable natural gas, particularly when it's used in the transportation sector. All right, was it correct that there is over $8 billion available for the production of hydrogen for local hubs? Can you please show the slide that illustrates this?
Yes, that is correct. So this is a large effort from the federal government to develop a national strategy for hydrogen, and they're going to be looking to fund at least 4 regional national hydrogen hubs that will be demonstrating sort of hydrogen generation at scale.
All right, thanks. Would there be collaborations with disposal companies to enable users and communities to donate their organic waste?
That is a great idea, and I think this type of strategy is required to sort of enable RNG at scale. I'm not aware or able to speak to any specific examples right now, but we can provide more feedback in later responses.
Yeah, I'll just say that I currently live in Orange County, and CR&R is my waste hauler, and I know that our green waste is transported to their RNG production facility and converted into renewable natural gas to fuel their trucks. So depending on your municipality, your organic waste may already be going to an anaerobic digester to make renewable natural gas. How much RNG is potentially available to supply California natural gas users? Could as much as 50% of supply come from RNG sources?
I don't think I have the exact numbers right now, but I know just, to talk at a high level, that this is an area of interest, and there's a lot of efforts looking into identifying and sourcing waste streams, especially as I talked about from the agricultural industries and forestry activities, to divert those waste resources to produce renewable natural gas or otherwise produce energy. So we can get back to this question later, but I know that's a key area of growth. Thank you for the question.
Would SoCalGas be interested in a partnership with San Bernardino International Airport to go after the $8 billion for a proposed hydrogen production facility to provide hydrogen for aircraft? So, I'll take this one, Ethan. That is, that project and that particular funding opportunity is primarily being handled outside of RD&D, but I will pass along the information to the team that is looking at those proposed hydrogen hub activities. So thank you for the question. Any other questions from the audience? Anyone care to raise their hand? All right, another question. Does the production of RNG produce toxic chemicals or other waste products that must be disposed of safely?
I think we'll have to get back to you with specific details, but from my perspective, it really depends on the feedstock that you're using. A lot of organic waste shouldn't produce any toxic chemicals. For instance, only one I can think of would be something with high sulfur content, but it would depend on the feedstock. But generally, everything is majority of production is biogas, which is primarily CO2 and methane. But yeah, it would depend on the feedstock. So I'm happy to provide details later with specific emissions from specific feedstocks.
Right, and has there been research in storage of CO2 and possibly using our underground storage facilities?
So this isn't an area we've currently explored, I don't think, but we're happy to, if you have feedback on this or project proposals or ideas, we'd be happy to hear those. So please submit those in writing to us after the event. At least not in our sub-program, I'll say, or in our program.
All right, we are rolling into a break next. So I will give everybody just maybe one more minute to pose any additional questions, and we can start our break a little bit early. So any last questions on the low carbon resources program? All right, with that, I think we will we'll take a break. Please, everybody, make sure you stand up, walk around, drink some water, and we will begin again at 11:15. Thanks, everyone.
you see me? Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And thank you to those who are joining us right now for the first time. My name is Karen McInnes, and I am the research team lead of the Gas Operations RD&D program. And I'm going to be telling you a little bit about what our program is, how we're structured, as well as what our plans are for 2023. And I will just warn you in advance that I may be turning off my camera if all of a sudden we start experiencing bandwidth issues. Okay. Let's see, is it not? Did that advance? So just before I get into an overview of our program for those who are just joining us, if you have any questions, we do have time at the end for question and answer, as well as you can put your question in writing in the question section. So, and we'll have time to go through that. So just real quickly, the Gas Operations RD&D program covers the entire SoCalGas infrastructure. That includes transmission, underground storage, distribution systems that are just across everything. And since a picture is worth 1,000 words, we have this visual representation, thanks to AGA, of a natural gas delivery system and kind of following how the gas flows across the system. If you look at the gray pipelines, we actually cover research that supports where we receive our gas, so some of the producers including RNG, where we have gas quality concerns, through transmission pipelines, transmission compressor stations, underground storage fields, and then it goes to the kind of aqua color, and that is where we have distribution mains and services, as well as we end at the customer meters, which includes all of the millions of residential meters that are supported by the customer service organization. And you can see some of the stats on the screen that we have over 3,000 miles of transmission pipeline that we support, as well as over 100,000 miles of distribution mains and services. Okay. So to give you kind of a brief overview of what our 2021 year looked like within the gas operations program, we supported 160 projects, and within the year we completed 49 projects and we started 29 new projects. And we also had 12 projects that were implemented. And by implemented, this means that we either had a best practice or a standard was published, there may have been a commercial product created, or it could have been deployed within the SoCalGas system. Okay. Now, our project selection process, which Matt went through earlier in the overview, we look at the various benefits that projects provide. So we evaluate how our system is, either the reliability, the safety. These are the main 6 benefits. We do have some other regulatory drivers as well. And just to give you an idea, our current portfolio as of the end of first quarter, we had 134 projects. And the percentages on the screen in the little bubbles are what benefits are attributed across those 134 projects. Of course, many projects have multiple benefits. One thing to note is you'll see the greenhouse gas and emissions benefits are a little bit lower numbers. And this is a result of a lot of that research is actually funded through the Leakage Abatement Program, which was established under Senate Bill 1371. So it's still gas operations research, but it's not funded through our program. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, we also look at regulations. So we perform research that's either as far as pending regulations, or there may be changes to regulations, and we have to change the way we do business. So we are continually looking at the policies that are from federal down to local levels to see if there's an impact to our infrastructure and or the way that we operate, inspect, and maintain the reliability and safety of our system. So equity, as Matt mentioned earlier, is extremely important to SoCalGas. And the gas operations program, as I've mentioned, actually covers the entire infrastructure. So it's known that disadvantaged communities actually are subject to a disproportionate impact on issues. So this is where the SoCalGas, the gas operations program, actually supports those disadvantaged communities because they get a greater benefit out of work that we do to support the reliability and safety of the system. Now into our sub-programs. The gas operations program is divided into 4 sub-programs. We map projects to what we would consider like the primary area of focus, because a lot of projects actually have attributes that could fall into multiple sub-programs. So when you look at our 2021 annual report, there might be a few where you go, why did it go here? But we map them on the primary way. And I'm going to let you read some of these details on your own, but to go into each of the sub-programs just a little bit. The environment and safety sub-program is where we look at any of the greenhouse gas emissions, criteria, pollutant emissions, research that's needed. It includes a huge safety aspect, which is the intentional or unintentional damage to the pipeline. This includes third-party damage. This damage prevention need is recognized by the natural gas industry and actually is considered one of the top areas to focus on by the American Gas Association as well. And we also have safety aspects that are being looked at where we're evaluating the impact of blending hydrogen into the system for safety aspects. And the key research areas that we've sort of identified for 2023 include the looking at the impact of hydrogen on combustion emissions for various equipment, including compressors. So it is evaluating the environmental impact of that change, as well as I mentioned previously, focusing on just moving the bar as far as how we manage damage prevention and preventing that third-party damage. And then also we continue to look at ways that we can improve our operational systems, just improving the safety aspects for both our employees and the public. So operations technology is where we map projects that basically are employee training. How do we actually maintain and operate our pipelines? So new tools, ways that we actually perform repairs. And the picture that you see is actually of a current project data logger. And this project is looking at the collection of essential variables from the heat fusion of plastic pipe to improve the process controls and the construction quality management. And so that's an active project as an example. And the research areas that we're looking to continue for 2023 include different ways that we can repair PE pipe, the polyethylene pipe, as well as collect the data as mentioned with a data logger project to just improve the construction quality management. We also have projects that are focusing on the locating and mapping technologies area to help us better identify where our pipes are, which also crosses the sub-programs and supports the damage prevention goals that I mentioned in the environmental and safety subprogram. And then we're also looking at a lot of the measurement tools for gas quality, as well as like leak detection tools and evaluating how different constituents can be monitored. So our third subprogram is, I'm going over schedule, sorry. Third subprogram is the system design and materials. And this is where we kind of do the meat of our engineering design research. So we're looking at advanced materials that we use for installing new pipeline. This is where the bulk of our impact to hydrogen, of blending hydrogen into our system, is taking place, where we're evaluating the various vintage materials that are in our infrastructure, as well as the materials that we are currently installing, and seeing the impact of hydrogen at various blends. This is also where we have a lot of our gas quality work. And if there's any design changes that are needed as far as how we install or construct our pipelines, this is where this would reside as well. And the areas, oh, sorry, I'm just going to go back. I forgot to tell you this, the project with the picture that's denoted is one of the projects that's underway right now to evaluate the impact of the hydrogen blends on the elastomer and seals that are utilized when we install our pipelines. And the key research areas that we have is to continue our work in identifying this trace constituents of concern for the renewable gas area, as well as analyzers that can help measure those trace constituents, as well as understanding the impact of blending hydrogen to our gas quality. And then we also have areas where we're improving our risk models and our risk assessments, which also includes the emerging fuels category, which is the RNG and the hydrogen blend. And we're doing a lot of analysis on our system to determine what we can maintain the safety and reliability of our system with blending of hydrogen. And the picture that's shown right here is one of our key projects that's underway, and we'll be evaluating vintage aldyl PE pipe for various levels of hydrogen blends. And then once that's completed, they'll be looking at the high density PE pipe. And the picture shows the test bed that they've developed. And this was actually, this is being performed by the Gas Technology Institute through the Operations Technology Development Consortium. Okay, our last subprogram is system inspection and monitoring. And this is where we basically look at the tools and the methods that are used to perform the required inspections by regulations of our pipelines, as well as monitoring. How can we get more and better data on our system, both external and internal, real time or on a periodic basis? And all of the tools that are associated with that are in this subprogram, the development of the tools and technologies. And so the research areas that we've identified for this subprogram include continuing work on our inspection tools, which includes robotics. And the picture that's shown is of the Explorer inline inspection robot. And we have quite a lot of work that's underway, and we have a lot of historic work, which has enabled us to improve the data quality that we collect by the improving sensors, as well as the range and the pipeline constraints where we can deploy these tools, which means that we're able to inspect pipes that were previously considered unpiggable by traditional means. And so we've just listed a few of the projects that are underway, looking at improving sensors as well as increasing the range, which also improves the efficiency and affordability of these inspections. This is also one of the areas that we are continuing to work, is looking at new and emerging technologies for remote inspection and monitoring of our pipelines. And then the third area is with geohazards, where we have work that is underway and will be continuing for 2023 to look at identifying, monitoring geohazard threats to our pipeline and improving that category. So next, I mentioned previously that one of our consortiums, the Gas Operations Program, is where we have the major liaisons with research consortia, where we get to leverage both our research dollars and the industry expertise. For example, in 2021, we actually had a leverage ratio within the Gas Operations Program of slightly over 14, which means that for every dollar that the Gas Ops program spent, we actually got the benefit of $14 or more worth of research. So it really, really helps us to extend what we can do within the program. So the three main consortiums that we participate with and collaborate with are Operations Technology Development, who is managed. The projects are project managed by GTI, the Gas Technology Institute, and this consortium brings an extensive history of industry experience and knowledge and library, and so that's really a great benefit. Then the second is PRCI, Pipeline Research Council International, and we participate on 7 technical committees within PRCI. And this is predominantly focused on our transmission system pipelines and improving areas where we're looking at crack detection and mechanical damage, as well as we have a lot of work that's underway with them on compressors. And the third, but definitely not the last, or the least, is the NiSearch Consortium. And NiSearch is where we have done a lot of our robotics work, and we've basically been able to move the bar in a lot of that internal inspection platforms and sensors, which support our integrity management program. And each of these consortia have their own websites, so you can go to their websites to find out more information, and you can also look at the write-ups in our 2021 annual report, which has more information. And that brings us to our allocation distribution for 2023 that we are proposing. And you'll see that across the area, the system of design and materials has the largest percentage, and that's because we see 2023 as still needing a lot of the work to support the emerging fuels area of RNG and the hydrogen blend. And so this is our percentage. We do look forward to your feedback and your comments. We have prepared a list of questions to help target your answers, but we would be glad to receive feedback on all of these areas. And at this time, we would like to open up the floor for questions as well as any comments. Matt, are you going to facilitate that?
Yeah, I can help you out.
Go ahead.
I thought we would jump back to a previous question about research on preventing large-scale transmission lines from failures, and it seems like that would be covered under one of your subprograms. I wondered if you could just talk a little bit about that.
So the transmission lines, as I mentioned, we have the inspection programs that we do. Then it covers both crack detection, such as in welds. We have the mechanical damage is an area that we're focusing on research to improve the technologies, as well as corrosion. So we do have efforts underway, and I would refer the requester to the 2021 annual report, and you can read and see what work we have underway supporting these areas, but that would be areas that support our integrity management program.
Great, thank you.
And just as a reminder, the written responses or questions, we're requesting those by May 6th. If there are questions that have come through in the chat, there may be some that we're not able to answer right now. We have to go and investigate. And so any written responses to the questions will be included with our 2023 program plan. So the submittal, so you'll be able to find out that way. So if we can't answer you right now. So are there any hands raised?
Not seeing any hands right now. Would anyone like to ask a question or enter your question into the question box? If you're not comfortable speaking, but we won't bite, I promise. This is a safe space. If you can't tell, we love talking about this kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
Karen, we're seeing your presenter mode right now. Just FYI.
Oh, I'm going to stop sharing then, because Matt's up next. I'm not sure how that changed. I didn't switch anything. Oh, I know why. I unplugged it.
Do you want to try to put the feedback questions back up just for the audience?
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, they should be visible. Okay. So I know there was a question as far as how we handle avoiding duplication or duplicity with projects. And so that is something that happens during the project selection process. We actually do a review with our subject matter experts, and then as well as the various collaborative organizations that we belong to, the consortia, to make sure that we don't overlap. Sometimes it's complementary research, so it may seem like it's the same thing, but they're two different organizations that are looking at slightly different aspects of the same problem, or different ways to solve the problem, but it's not duplicative. So I think that answers David's question from earlier.
Thanks, Karen. There was another question about hydrogen blending, and can our infrastructure handle hydrogen blends? Is there work going on in the program to address that question?
So yes, once again, please look at the 2021 annual report. That shows all of the work that we have funded through the research program in this area, and there is quite a bit listed. So that'll give you an update. There's also new work that's going to be starting this year, carrying into next year. Any other questions? Let's see. I can't really easily see the questions.
Yeah, and then there was a previous question around, has there been research in storage of CO2 and using our underground storage facilities?
So we have, I'm not familiar in that area, so I think that would have to be one that will defer. I know that gas operations has supported research within underground storage throughout. I'm not aware of anything. We're not funding anything at this time, but we'll see if we can get an answer for you.
All right, here's another question from Jason. The San Bruno explosion happened in part because of a power failure at a PG&E compressor station. When power came back on, there was a surge of pressure that may have triggered the explosion. Is SoCalGas conducting research on how to prevent this type of incident on its transmission system?
So this is one we'll have to defer response. We do have pressure systems that are in place to basically trip and prevent an overpressurization system incident, but we'll have to get back to you.
Thanks. And then a question from Sean, has utility obligation to serve CPUC 451 been considered as electrification replaces gas services? And I think this is not particularly germane to the gas operations program, so we'll take this one offline and respond after the workshop.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Yeah. No hands? Nobody wants to talk to me?
Not seeing any hands. We have about 1 more minute for questions, so we'll give everybody a chance to type in their last minute questions here.
So I just want to respond to Cynthia. Thank you for the comment. We really appreciate everyone's attendance for the workshop and the ability to, as Matt said, share information about our programs and what we have planned and get the feedback. We are very thankful for your attendance and participation.
All right. Why has the repair on line 400 taken so long, and what can be done to speed up the restoration process?
I cannot answer that. We'll have to take that offline and see if we can get an answer for you, Jason. And I see there's one, I did finally get the questions opened. There's a question on NOx control and gas combustion. So the gas operations program has actually funded research across the years looking at NOx, improving air fuel ratio controllers, and to various different aspects to reduce NOx. There is right now the work that I know that's underway is, like I said, we've just started some to look at combustion emissions and the NOx with the impact of hydrogen blending. If you can send us a little bit more information on what you specifically are wanting in a response to, we can perhaps answer a little bit more for you.
All right. Just one more. You showed a list of benefits. Is there a particular benchmark used for the overall benefits?
Thank you for the question, Lorna. I'm not sure specifically what you mean, but we do have a quite rigorous project selection process that we go through. we first vet the projects and then we determine the benefits to SoCalGas, and then we actually go through a internal review for funding approval before the project moves forward. So it is evaluated. Now, hopefully that answers your question.
All right, thanks. Well, we are at time, so we are going to hand this over to Jeff for the next session.
Okay.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Right, good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can all hear me and see my screen. Thanks for sticking with us through the morning. It looks like we got a few new attendees in the last few minutes, possibly just tuning in for clean transportation, so welcome. All right, my name is Jeff Chase, and I will be presenting the Clean Transportation Program today. I will be going into the details of the program, including a high-level overview of the program goals and drivers, and an overview of the 4 subprograms. Then I'll review the proposed funding allocations for 2023 and wrap up with some questions to hopefully elicit some feedback from those of you on the call. The Clean Transportation RD&D program focuses on minimizing environmental impacts related to the transportation sector, particularly through integration of hydrogen and RNG. The goals of this program are to develop and demonstrate zero-emission transportation technologies, zero and near-zero emission fueling infrastructure, and advanced onboard storage technologies. In 2021, the Clean Transportation Program supported 29 projects with technical resources and approximately $2.8 million. We completed 5 projects and initiated 9 new projects. And for more details, please refer to the SoCalGas RD&D Program 2021 Annual Report included in the handouts for this webinar. In that annual report, you can learn more about the hydrogen fuel cell drone that's shown here on the right. And in that project, RD&D is working with Doosan Mobility Innovation and Gas Technology Institute to demonstrate the drone's impressive capabilities for hard-to-access pipeline inspections. Projects in the Clean Transportation Program help achieve all 6 program goals shown here. And in particular, the Clean Transportation Program seeks to improve GHG and NOx emissions by enabling the increased use of hydrogen and RNG across all transportation sectors, as well as the development of zero and near zero emission technologies that help achieve between 90 and 100% reduction in NOx. The Clean Transportation Program is dedicated to developing new technologies that support California's environmental and air quality goals. There are several policies in place to address emissions from the transportation sector, and a few of those policies are shown here. As most of you are likely aware, Executive Order N7920 requires that all new passenger vehicles sold in California be zero emission by 2035. But this executive order also requires that medium and heavy duty vehicles be zero emission by 2045, and even requires the transition of off-road vehicles and equipment to zero emission by 2035 when feasible. Similarly, the CARB Clean Fleets rule requires the transition to zero emission fleets by 2045. And CARB's at-berth regulations seek to reduce pollution from the ocean-going vessels docked at California ports. As you can see, there are several regulations and incentives in place to lower emissions across the various transportation sectors in California, and the Clean Transportation Program is committed to supporting these goals.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah.
Your audio is a little choppy. Maybe turn off your webcam.
Okay.
Give you a little bandwidth. Thanks.
All right. Hopefully that is better. All right, so Los Angeles is a major hub and passageway for cargo, and trucks deliver goods from our ports to warehouses throughout the state, and in doing so, drive through our local communities. As recognized by the American Lung Association, in the United States, transportation and electricity generation are leading sources of unhealthy air and the pollutants that cause climate change. Those living near highways, ports, rail yards, warehouses, and other transportation hubs are at greater health risk, as are those impacted by fuel refining, electricity generation, and processes. Over the last 50 years, California air pollution control efforts have resulted in dramatic improvements in smog levels, as well as reductions in a variety of harmful pollutants in urban and rural areas. Despite this progress, we still have plenty of work to do to meet federal and state air quality standards and other health and climate stabilization targets over the next 30 years. As you can see on the right, the state of California and CARB have outlined these targets for the work to take place in the next 30 years. Emissions must be reduced from all sources of air pollution in California to not only meet the federal standards, but to minimize negative health effects on the state's most impacted and disadvantaged communities. All right, now that I have reviewed the program goals, I will dive into the specific goals and research areas for the 4 subprograms that fall under the Clean Transportation Program, those being off-road, onboard storage, on-road, and refueling stations. The purpose of the off-road subprogram is to develop zero-emission off-road transportation solutions using renewable hydrogen. There is a growing importance in off-road emissions reduction. As I mentioned earlier and is shown here, there have been tremendous decreases in NOx from on-road vehicles over the past several decades, but we still need to target reductions in the off-road sector, which you can see has remained consistent over the years. The research areas within the off-road subprogram include researching how utilizing hydrogen as a fuel for rail, marine, construction, and aviation can help reduce emissions, and demonstrating new technology to help reduce emissions that meet or exceed regulatory requirements. The image on the right, which shows NOx emissions in the South Coast Air Basin, serves 2 purposes. One is to show the scale of potential reductions. You can see there's almost 50% of primarily federally regulated sources that can be addressed through the development of lower emission technologies that can meet more stringent requirements. And the chart also shows the diversity of applications that fall under the off-road sector. Again, looking at construction equipment, aviation, rail, and marine. Moving on to onboard storage. This subprogram targets the development, demonstration, and deployment of cost-effective technologies and systems that improve onboard storage for gaseous transportation fuels. The research areas within onboard storage include researching improvements in capacity, conformability, safety, and cost of onboard storage of gaseous fuels through conformable and low-pressure tanks, and researching fueling protocols and applications to allow faster and fuller fills for renewable hydrogen. As an example, one of the metrics in this subprogram that the subprogram seeks to help achieve are the DOE system targets for Class 8 tractor trailers that are shown here on the right. Some of the storage related targets here include reaching fill rates of 8 kilograms per minute and ultimately 10 kilograms per minute, storage system cycle life of 5,000 cycles, a pressurized storage system cycle life of 11,000 cycles, and reducing hydrogen storage costs to $9 per kilogram and ultimately $8 per kilogram. The on-road subprogram targets emissions reductions from medium and heavy-duty on-road vehicles fueled by renewable hydrogen. Despite significant reductions to on-road emissions to date, there's still plenty of work to be done. As I mentioned earlier on the policy slide, Executive Order N7920, signed at the end of 2020, established a first-in-the-nation goal of 100% in-state sales of new passenger cars and trucks to be zero emission by 2035. In addition, the order set a goal to transition 100% of the drayage truck fleet to zero emission by 2035, and all off-road equipment, where feasible, to zero emission by 2035, and then the remainder of medium and heavy-duty vehicles to zero emission, where feasible, by 2045. So the On-Road subprogram seeks to develop and demonstrate new technologies that help achieve these goals while cost-effectively meeting the robust operating requirements of the users. Some of the on-road research areas include researching advanced hydrogen fuel cell electrical vehicles and zero-emission technologies for medium and heavy-duty freight and people transportation, and demonstrating zero-emission vehicles to help improve and assist the adoption of the technologies. As you can see in the DOE targets shown to the right, the ultimate goal is for zero-emission hydrogen trucks to reach parity with diesel. And this is done through lower fuel costs, increased fuel economy, and reduced tractor costs, all of which our research and demonstration projects can help facilitate. The Refueling Station subprogram targets the development, demonstration, and deployment of technologies and systems that support refueling for alternative fuels, including gaseous and liquid hydrogen and RNG. Some of the research areas within refueling stations include the research of advanced fulfilled technologies to resolve issues in CNG and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, optimization of hydrogen refueling stations, looking at improving hydrogen compressors and increasing the overall efficiency of refueling stations and alternative technologies. As an example of one of the metrics that this subprogram seeks to achieve are the DOE targets for hydrogen fill rate for heavy-duty trucks. And these targets are based on the ultimate goal of meeting the operator needs, which is maximal time on road and therefore less time at the pump. And so the targets here are 8 kilograms per minute fill time and ultimately striving to achieve 10 kilograms per minute. The proposed 2023 funding allocations for the Clean Transportation Program are shown here. We propose to split approximately $2.1 million to 30% off-road, 20% on-road, or 20% onboard storage, 30% on-road, and 20% refueling stations. All right, your feedback is important to us. To help us facilitate the conversation, we've put together a few guided questions listed here. So please refer to these questions during this Q&A period, and if you choose to provide written feedback after the workshop. All of the feedback questions are compiled into a single document in your handouts, along with instructions on how to submit written comments. And please note that written comments are due by 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Friday, May 6th, 2022. And with that, I would like to open the floor to questions from the audience.
All right, thanks, Jeff. We have a couple questions that came in through the chat. First one is, has SoCalGas explored the use of treated effluent water as a source of water for hydrogen electrolysis? This question is probably better posed for the low carbon resources group that looks at hydrogen production. I do know that most electrolyzers require a high level of purity for water and often contain their own water treatment systems. And I'm not aware that we have done any research in the space of using treated effluent water. The next question, is there flexibility with reallocating funding across subprograms? So this is more of a general question for RD&D. Peter, right now for the 2023 research plan, that's the purpose of this workshop, is to share our proposed allocations across subprograms. If you have recommendations or guidance regarding how we've allocated the funding for the subprograms, we'd love to get some written comments on that and what would be driving a reallocation of funds across subprograms. Once the plan is approved, we do try to always pursue the best research projects possible. And if that means reallocating funds in the future in order to achieve the best outcomes, we will do that. Here we go. What applications or sectors are interested in low pressure hydrogen storage? Are there issues with scalability considering the established 350 and 700 bar standards for refueling on-road hydrogen fuel cell vehicles? So thanks for the question, Peter. Jeff, chime in if you'd like to. I think many sectors are interested in low pressure hydrogen storage in order to reduce the weight of the storage tank on the vehicle, and to also reduce the energy and reliability issues that come with high pressure hydrogen storage. And there are issues because the established standard is 350 or 700 bar, to operating at a lower pressure would further require additional fueling standards and potentially modifying the fueling infrastructure. So those are all important considerations when thinking about low pressure storage. Let's see, next question. I understand that the goal is to get hydrogen down to $1 per kilogram, and it is currently at $2 per kilogram. So I could have this wrong. What are the improvements that need to take place to get from where we are to the goal? That's a good question, Bob. I think the low carbon resources team will try to address this, I think, when we get a chance. But there are a number of factors, and I know there's been research done at the national labs to look at all of the cost components for hydrogen production, and thinking about that there are multiple pathways for producing hydrogen, and what the cost components, the key cost components are. One of the key cost components for electrolytic hydrogen is the cost of electricity. So that's the primary driver of hydrogen production. So if we can get cheap electricity, we generally get cheaper hydrogen through electrolysis. But it's a fairly rich research area to look at the techno-economics of hydrogen production to see what levers can be pulled in order to reduce the overall production cost. Does SoCalGas anticipate delivering hydrogen to fueling stations via pipeline or via truck? So within the RD&D program, we are investigating all avenues, or many avenues, for delivering hydrogen to fueling stations. And again, we are looking to develop the technologies that can enable these different pathways for delivering hydrogen. And I don't believe that SoCalGas has taken a position on how hydrogen should be delivered to fueling stations. Where will you post the workshop feedback questions and the handouts on SoCalGas's website? I'll take a look at that, Norman. Thanks for bringing that up. All right, any other questions about the Clean Transportation RD&D program, or any of the feedback questions posed here? We'll give everybody another minute here. We are rolling into lunch, so if we wrap up early, we can give everybody a little bit more time for lunch. Any other final questions regarding clean transportation? Okay, hearing none, I think we'll break for lunch now. So Jeff, if you can take us to the next slide. Yeah, we will be on lunch until 1 p.m.
Sorry.
Okay, great. One more question. Are there active research programs regarding using hydrogen in maritime settings? Yes, we have I can think of a few projects that we are working with the California Energy Commission on, looking at hydrogen-powered maritime vessels. And so I would recommend checking out the SoCalGas RD&D webpage. We should have some more information there, but we do have at least 2 projects that I can think of under the CEC's H2 RAM program. Are there any plans for SoCalGas to get into building hydrogen refueling stations? Thanks for the question. Again, this is probably a decision that will occur outside of the research development and demonstration programs. I'm not aware of any plans to build hydrogen refueling stations at this time. All right.
There was another question from Ludwig. Power for ships at the Los Angeles and Long Beach ports are a major source of pollution. SCG should consider supporting fuels for clean power production for marine applications, including hydrogen. More of a comment, sorry.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Thanks for the comment. Thanks, Heather, for catching that. Yeah, absolutely. That's great feedback, and something that we will definitely look into. Appreciate the guidance. Did I miss anything else? All right. I don't see any hands up. All right. With that, we will break for lunch and we will resume at 1 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My clock just turned 1, so we'll go ahead and get the afternoon session started. Hopefully you all had a good lunch. If you've been with us all day, if you're just now joining, welcome. My name is Jeff Chase, and I will be presenting the Clean Generation Program. I just wanted to say hi. I will be turning off my camera though, because I had some bandwidth issues earlier in the morning. So let's go ahead and get started with the Clean Generation Program. All right, so good afternoon. Like I said, my name is Jeff Chase, and I am the Program Manager for the Clean Generation Program. Today, I will be going over the details of my program, including a high-level overview of the program goals, drivers, and an overview of the 2 subprograms. And then I'll review the proposed funding allocations for 2023 and wrap up with some questions to hopefully elicit some feedback from the attendees. The Clean Generation RD&D program is focused on supporting the development and demonstration of high efficiency, low emissions power generation technologies for the residential, commercial, and industrial market segments. The goals of the program are to improve energy reliability and resiliency, reduce emissions of distributed generation technologies, reduce customer energy costs, and improve integration of emerging distributed generation technologies and renewable fuels within microgrids. In 2021, the Clean Generation Program supported 32 projects with technical resources and approximately $2.6 million. And we completed 3 projects and initiated 9 new projects. For more details on the program, please read the SoCalGas RD&D Program 2021 Annual Report. And in that annual report, you can learn more about the project shown here on the right, which was featured as one of the spotlight projects. This project is an exciting project at UC Irvine, where researchers are modeling and demonstrating the ability for a residential solid oxide fuel cell to help meet zero net energy requirements in a typical California home. The Clean Generation Program helps achieve all 6 program goals shown here. In particular, Clean Generation projects help ensure energy reliability. This is done through the development and demonstration of distributed generation and microgrid technologies that help ensure customers maintain reliable power at all times. The Clean Generation Program also helps support emissions reductions, both GHG and regulated pollutants. And this is done through system efficiency improvements, hydrogen blending, and specifically developing DG technologies that comply with CARB DG standards, regardless of the size. And CARB DG standards regulate NOx, CO, and VOCs. The Clean Generation Program seeks to support the energy and environmental policies set forth by the state. You can see a list of relevant policies here, and as mentioned on the last slide, this program is particularly focused on supporting those policies that target energy resilience and CO2 emissions reductions. The Clean Generation Program strives to improve energy equity for ESJ communities throughout California. The low emissions distributed generation and microgrid technologies that are developed and demonstrated in this program help to improve energy resilience for vulnerable populations. As you can see on the quote on the right from a Sacramento Bee article, it's not just spoiled food. The impact of these power shutoffs is great, particularly on the disabled community. And that's in reference to public safety power shutoffs and just general grid outages. And the RAND Corporation estimated that in 2019, there were at least 176,000 people in California dependent on electricity for their medical treatment. In addition, the deployment of clean generation technologies that replaces higher emissions alternatives improves air quality, which has positive impacts on the health of the disadvantaged communities adjacent to those sources. All right, so now that I've given you all an overview of the Clean Generation Program's goals and drivers, I will go into a bit of detail for the subprograms that fall under clean generation, and those two subprograms are distributed generation and integration and controls. The distributed generation subprogram seeks to develop and enhance low emission and renewably fueled distributed generation technologies. This includes fuel cells, engines, turbines, and other novel technologies. As shown in a 2020 CEC report, 37% of California's total system electric generation was from natural gas, and 2% was from coal. I'm getting some feedback to somebody. Somebody saying something? All right. So I'm showing these percentages for total system electric generation in California, just to show that the DG technologies that we're developing and testing in this subprogram are really meant to reduce the dependency on these sectors, and they're not meant to be in competition with renewables. Some of the research areas within the distributed generation subprogram include developing, testing, and demonstrating small-scale fuel cell systems. So those are fuel cell systems that are less than 50 kilowatts. Then developing, testing, and demonstrating hydrogen blending capabilities in existing natural gas-fueled power generation technologies like engines and turbines. And then developing, testing, and demonstrating new low-emissions backup generation technologies. The image on the top right is an example of a hydrogen blending project, and it's a screenshot from a press release from the end of 2021 that announced an exciting project we kicked off with Bloom Energy that is going to demonstrate hydrogen blending into an existing Bloom fuel cell at Caltech's campus. And in order to highlight the need for clean backup alternatives, the chart on the bottom is from a CARB report that looked at the emissions impacts from backup generators used during 2019 public safety power shutoff events in California. And you can see that during those events, there was an estimated 166 tons of NOx, 19 tons of PM, and 9 tons of diesel PM. And those emissions were from an estimated 125,000 generators used during those outages. Moving on to the integration and control subprogram. This subprogram seeks to develop and enhance technologies and control systems that integrate the clean DG technologies from the prior subprogram, as well as renewable fuels like hydrogen with customer energy systems. So what that roughly translates to is microgrids that are supported by fuel cells and hydrogen. The chart on the right is from a CEC report that looked at microgrid case studies from around the world. This chart specifically shows the DER mix for the 9 cases within California. And a commonality amongst most of the case studies was the inclusion of energy storage, which is typically battery-based, and diesel backup, which provided the resilience that those microgrids required. And so this subprogram looks at enabling clean distributed generation technologies like fuel cells to replace those ubiquitous diesel backup generators found in microgrids, as well as expanding energy storage capacity with hydrogen. Some research areas within this subprogram include identifying and addressing challenges with integrating fuel cells and backup power with existing customer energy systems, developing and testing technologies that increase the overall efficiency and value of CHP systems, identifying and addressing cybersecurity concerns with integrated energy systems, and developing and demonstrating hydrogen energy storage integration. The image on the right is a good example of one of the kinds of projects that fall under this subprogram. And this schematic is from an exciting new DOE-supported project that we are participating in with NREL and GKN that will demonstrate GKN's metal hydride hydrogen storage, which will be integrated with renewable generation and a 1 megawatt fuel cell at NREL's Flatiron campus, and will leverage NREL's new Aries simulation platform. So for 2023, the proposed funding allocations for the Clean Generation Program are shown here, and we propose splitting the $1.67 million evenly between the two subprograms. Again, that's distributed generation and integration and controls. Your feedback is important to us, and so to help facilitate the conversation, we put together a few guided questions shown here. Please refer to these questions now during this Q&A period, and if you choose to provide written feedback after the workshop. Just as a reminder, all of the feedback questions are compiled into a single document in your handouts, along with instructions for how to submit written comments afterwards. Please note the written comments are due by 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Friday, May 6th, 2022. And with that, I will open the floor to questions from the audience.
Right, Jeff. First question from Devalina. Can the microgrid resilience be provided by CHP systems in addition to diesel?
Great question. Yeah, so I mean, CHP systems typically are, kind of running full time, pretty high capacity factor, and they're very reliable. So as long as you have a reliable fuel source and maybe even some backup fuel in the case of hydrogen, they could technically perform the function of diesel backup. Yeah.
All right. Not seeing any hands yet. Yeah. Here's another question from Jason. Is EPRI doing comparable research on fuel cell backup power applications? Is SoCalGas coordinating with their efforts?
We'll probably have to respond to that question offline. In general, we do coordinate with EPRI. We do have at least one active project that I'm aware of with EPRI, where we are providing co-funding to a CEC-funded project with them. And so, yeah, we are in contact with EPRI to avoid duplicative efforts. But this is certainly a hot research topic that a lot of people are looking at, and so yeah, we'll follow up in written.
I know you've worked on the technical advisory committee for the low carbon research initiative, which is a joint operation between GTI and EPRI. Do you recall if there were any fuel cell generation technologies in that program?
I don't recall. They were most the programs within that effort seem to be looking at the larger scale turbine-based systems and cogen systems. But fuel cells, are a topic of interest. I'm not sure if there's any active projects within that effort right now, though.
Right. Great. Is there any micro project that would digest home food and yard clippings into methane that could then make power? So we don't have any projects like that currently going, correct, Jeff?
Correct. That's kind of a two-part question as far as the creation of gas and then the power. But yeah, we don't have any active projects right now that are kind of full circle like that or yeah, not at this time.
I will say that the RD&D staff has been engaged with Cal State University Los Angeles on their senior design projects over a number of years. And I recall a few years ago, one of their senior design projects was to commission and operate something called, I believe it was called the home biogas unit, which was a small digester, anaerobic digester designed to be fitted into someone's backyard, and the methane produced could then be used to operate a barbecue or potentially a stove or an oven. And so they did some testing of that. That is a commercial product that was available. There are a lot of challenges around operating a system like that. But thanks for the question. But there are some technologies out there looking at that application. All right, another question from Jason. Fuel cells have been available for many years, but they seem to be like nuclear fusion projects many years in the future to be practical. Have fuel cell costs declined in recent years, and is lowering their cost a focus of your research?
It's a great question, Jason. Lowering the cost is not necessarily the ultimate goal. Well, I guess you could say lowering the cost is the ultimate goal of the research, although that's not, the specific question that we're asking. We are trying to improve the fuel cell technologies, whether that's through early stage research to improve kind of the fundamental science and the materials used in the fuel cell stacks to bring down the cost of fuel cells, but also through demonstration projects in order to help build the market in hopes that, with more fuel cells deployed for resiliency purposes, that naturally leads to a decline in price. Because we are seeing, cost compression quoted from various manufacturers, at fairly low quantities. And so it's just a matter of building the market, which is largely what the demonstration projects are focused on, showing the value that fuel cells can provide to customers.
Yeah, great. Yeah, and I would say, I think fuel cells are different from, say, nuclear fusion. I know, I believe Bloom Energy has over 100 fuel cell installations just in our service territory. And we have seen a large deployment of fuel cells both in Europe and Japan. So there are commercially available technologies outside of the United States. Let's see, in your feedback question number 2 about power generation, are you talking about fueling the power generation with blended fuel or fueling with 100% hydrogen?
So specifically in that question, we're looking at blended fuel because that's kind of the short-term research. I think a lot of the initial research shows that we could probably get to 20% pretty easily, and then beyond that, what are the challenges? But we are open to 100% hydrogen research as well, and curious, should we focus those efforts on turbines, engines? What specific technologies should we focus on first?
And if you are looking at 100% hydrogen, how would you separate the hydrogen from the blended gas flow? But I don't think that's really the scenario that you're describing, right? That would be in the future if there was a supply of 100% hydrogen. Could we enable the power generation to be fueled on that supply? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. This is looking at the future state. So if you have hydrogen blended into the pipeline, or if we're talking about 100%, either 100% hydrogen pipeline and or 100% hydrogen storage on site, whether it's created from renewables or produced another way. And I think in our written response, we could probably include a reference to some of the technologies that the LCR group is working on to pull hydrogen out of a blended gas, and the membrane technologies that we're working on.
Right, so that's the Hyatt project. And let's see, I think I answered another question during lunch about that, so I can refer. Refer you to page 23 of the 2021 RD&D annual report for a project spotlight describing a technology that can extract hydrogen from a blend of gases. So if you want more details about that technology, there's a whole spotlight article in the 2021 annual report about that. Do fuel cells require the use of expensive imported rare earth elements or other hard to obtain materials?
Yes and no. It depends on the fuel cell technology. And this is a this is a research area that we are interested in to reduce the dependency on those materials for fuel cells, again, to make them more economic, but also more sustainable.
What is the longevity and reliability outlook for fuel cells in use and lower cost future fuel cells?
So as far as longevity goes, that also varies on the technology, but I'll say, typically some of the technologies that I'm most familiar with that are included in some of our current research projects are like 5 to 10 year stack lives or 10-year system lives. But then, that often just requires changing out the stack. So you don't have to necessarily replace the whole system and all of the piping and wiring.
All right, thanks. I'm from Risaldo. I may have missed this. Are you currently limiting your DG focus on scales of below 50 kilowatts? And if so, what were the main drivers for that?
So the DG focus is not necessarily less than 50 kilowatts. It's really just the fuel cell focus. And the primary reason being that I think you see a lot of commercialized technologies. You see commercialized technologies really starting around 200 kilowatts, I'll say, but there's nothing in the residential small commercial realm. And so 50 is not a hard number, but we're looking at that residential small commercial realm. Matt mentioned the kind of the number of fuel cells that are commercially available in Japan and Europe. In Japan, they have over 400,000 residential fuel cells installed, and those are less than 1 kilowatt. And then in Europe, the same thing, but like 5 to 10,000 of those installed. And so we're just targeting that market segment. But as is the case with like the hydrogen blending that I mentioned with Bloom, that's it's a hydrogen blending project, but it's also a fuel cell project, and so that's a higher scale, and we're not limited within that subprogram to less than 50. It's just specifically on those smaller scale fuel cells.
Yeah, it sounds like you've identified a gap in the product space for that size of fuel cell. So that is a focus for developing small scale fuel cell products. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, from Casey, what target metrics would you be looking for hydrogen blended power generation?
So I think the two, maybe three key metrics would be performance and longevity. How does it compare to the existing fuel, that being natural gas or RNG, but also looking at emissions. When you start blending hydrogen into natural gas, what does that do to NOx? And if you're talking some of the larger scale systems, what does that do to kind of the downstream emissions controls? We do have a project with UCI right now that is mentioned in the annual report appendix that's looking at the impact of hydrogen blending on SCRs downstream of power generation, and seeing what that does to the catalyst technology. Yeah, those are the two key metrics, I'd say.
Yeah, and I would say, Jeff, I think what part of this, the purpose of this workshop is to get feedback from other subject matter experts. So what other, this is for sort of the rest of the group and the attendees, is what other metrics should we be considering when we're talking about research around hydrogen blending?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, next question from Jason. Is the CAISO, the California Independent System Operator, supportive of the increased use of fuel cells on the grid? Are fuel cells forecast to be an important source of generation over the next 20 years?
I think we'll probably have to take that question offline. We do have, policy teams dedicated to kind of working with CAISO and other regulators to kind of address this question. So we'll get back to you on this one.
All right, thanks. And then from David, great vision. It would be great to implement small-scale fuel cells at Cal State LA for training, research, and demo projects through senior design. So thank you for the suggestion, David. We'll be looking for opportunities like that as we move forward. All right, we have a couple more minutes. Any other questions? We have a stretch break coming up. So if there are no other questions, we can use up a few minutes with that. But I'll give everybody a minute for an additional question or two. All right, Jeff, you want to advance us to the next slide? We'll go into a stretch break. Feel like everybody came back from lunch. We jumped in through one session. We just have one session in Q&A left, but before we move on, I thought we'd offer up some stretch activities that you can do right from your chair. So the first one is an upper body and arm stretch. You can put your hands over your head, clasp your hands together, palms facing up, and stretch for 10 seconds. We've all been looking at our computers. Maybe some of you have been looking down at your laptops or your phones. So let's stretch our necks out. Relax and lean your head forward. Slowly roll to one side for a few seconds. Roll it back to the other side. Back down and then look up. All right, let's do a little torso twist. So keep your feet on the ground, bring your left arm behind you, put your right hand on your left knee, stretch your body, look over your left shoulder. Switch to the other side. All right, hope you found that invigorating. And everyone was stretching, so I'm not seeing any questions. All right, we'll give it one more minute before we move on to the next program. All right, I think we're ready to move on. Jeff, do you want to transfer control over to Alan, please?
Hello, everyone. I just want to make sure that my technology is working. Can you see my screen?
Yep, we can see your screen and we can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and get started. Hello, everyone. My name is Alan Lung, and I am the project manager for the RD&D Customer End Use Applications program. I'm excited to share with you the details of my program today, including the program agenda. I'll be turning off my camera now to save on bandwidth so I can come across through the computer crisp and clear. Thank you. Okay, now we will begin the presentation by covering the agenda items with a program overview and goals, cover the 5 sub-programs that make up our end-use RD&D, the proposed 2023 funding allocation, and wrap up this portion of the presentation by collecting stakeholder feedback. Here is a quick program overview of the customer end-use applications. The RD&D program focuses on developing, demonstrating, and commercializing technologies that cost-effectively improve the efficiency and reduce the environmental impacts of gas end-use applications, support the development and deployment of technologies that meet air emissions and energy efficiency goals, and increase the safety and performance while reducing the cost for our customers. In 2021, the Customer End Use Applications program supported 95 projects with technical resources like providing letters of support, providing project management, and being thought leaders for advisory panels, as well as project funding totaling approximately $3 million. We also completed 36 projects that led to patents, journal publications, and deployment and commercialization of end-use technologies, and initiated 24 new projects that aligned with the state's decarbonization goals, regulatory agencies' grant funding opportunities, and supported our local communities. For more details, please read the SoCalGas RD&D Program 2021 Annual Report. For the Customer End Use Program, there are 5 notable benefits. The first benefit is the GHG benefit. By reducing energy usage and focusing on solutions that improve air quality, these innovations provide environmental benefits by reducing associated GHG emissions. The second benefit is the emissions benefit. By reducing energy usage and focusing on solutions that improve air quality, these innovations provide environmental benefits by reducing associated NOx and PM emissions. The third benefit is the cost savings benefit. The program is focused on developing new technologies that provide energy efficiency that results in lower customer energy cost. The fourth benefit is the operational efficiency. The innovations that come from the program aim to provide operational efficiencies by directly targeting building performance and optimizing energy systems to yield the highest total efficiency. And lastly, we have the safety benefit. The technology development focuses on increasing customer safety by monitoring for equipment failures, for example, leaks, performance degradation, and emissions increases. Reduced fuel consumption, smart air monitoring, and advanced ventilation also improve the local air quality. The Customer End Use Application RD&D program supports the following policies listed here on the left, including California's wider carbon neutrality goal, which is outlined in the figure to the right. Here is the program's consideration on equity. Industrial and commercial facilities typically neighbor low-income or disadvantaged communities. Therefore, the Customer End Use Application RD&D program aims to improve energy efficiency, develop emissions after treatment, and replace conventional fuels with renewable natural gas and hydrogen, which can significantly reduce the carbon footprint of these facilities and improve regional air quality. And now, the Customer End Use program consists of 5 sub-programs covering diverse range of applications, appliances, and customer needs. These 5 sub-programs are Advanced Innovation, Commercial Applications, Commercial Food Service, Industrial Process Heat, and Residential Appliances. For the first sub-program we will be covering today, we have Advanced Innovation. The purpose of the sub-program is to develop technologies and advancements that some would consider unique and non-traditional that improves energy efficiency and decrease emissions. According to the US DOE Building Technology Office, about half the nation's existing building stock were built before 1980, prior to modern building codes. Only a tiny percentage have undergone deep energy retrofits. And therefore, our goal is to help with the many different decarbonization goals for California and aid in the energy transition by casting a wide net with this program. Listed here are some research areas for the Advanced Innovation subprogram. The subprogram aims to develop smart technology like smart thermostats, sensors, energy management systems, advanced construction technologies, and building materials like phase change polymers, and assess new innovations like machine learning, blockchain, or augmented reality. On the right, we have some criteria for the Advanced Innovation Program like ultra-high energy efficiency, reduction in construction and process time, and added value to the built environment, such as improved air quality, comfort, and reduced maintenance. For the second subprogram, we have commercial applications. The purpose of the subprogram is to develop technologies and advancements related to gas consumption and end uses in commercial sector. Some relevant spaces this subprogram considers are the different commercial building types like office spaces, healthcare, university, and warehouse spaces as they pertain to end-use applications. For the commercial applications subprogram, some active research areas include hydrogen blending in commercial equipment, solar and ground source heating in commercial applications, and technology development in commercial water heating, space conditioning, and process equipment with the goal of increasing energy efficiency and reducing emissions. Some specific technologies of interest are gas heat pump, catalytic burner for near zero emission, and deep building retrofits. Additionally, we are exploring integrated systems in this space due to the added value of having both water and space conditioning coupled together for increased energy efficiency. On the right, we have outlined some technology solutions based on near-term and long-term for building decarbonization that we are currently exploring. Next, we have commercial food service. This subprogram's purpose is to develop technologies and advancements related to commercial food service sector, which includes restaurants, catering services, and institutional kitchens. This subprogram's goal is to overcome barriers in greater adoption of energy efficiency equipment. As you can see on the right, there is a disproportion of efficient and standard gas equipment in service today. And the reason for this is that the commercial food service sector is a very hard to reach customer base. Although this subprogram has its challenges, we believe that there are many opportunities in the food service segment because CFS is a highly energy intensive application and will need to be addressed in order to achieve aggressive decarbonization goals. In this slide, we want to provide information on the type of research we're currently supporting. We believe that hydrogen will provide the largest potential for decarbonization for the CFS end use sector, and we are focused on ensuring that the fuel will meet our customers' needs, such as cooking time, food quality, such as getting the crust just right, and a similar cooking experience. Additionally, the subprogram is focused on next generation burners, kitchen ventilation systems, and a new appliance designs with the aim of improving energy efficiency and achieving NOx reduction requirements. Lastly, we are actively encouraging restaurant operators to adopt new high efficiency equipment through site demonstration and supporting restaurant owners with education and outreach like webinars, conferences, and article publications. As you can see on the right, we have some efficiency ratings for standard appliances, and on the right side of the table are some of the high efficiency targets we're striving for and to improve upon. For the fourth subprogram, we have industrial process heat. The purpose of the subprogram is to develop technologies and advancements related to gas consumption in the industrial space, such as manufacturing, cement production, chemical processing, and ag. The figure on the right shows just how important tackling the industrial sector is on a CO2 emissions by sector comparison. Here, we have some research areas for the industrial process heat subprogram. Hydrogen blends for industrial process heat applications, development in high performance burners such as radiant tube burners, ribbon burners, immersion tube burners, waste heat recovery devices, carbon capture and utilization, smart energy management systems, and sensors with the goal of increasing energy efficiency and reducing emissions. On the right, we have some industry pathways to achieving our emissions reduction. As you can see from the chart from the 2019 Energy Future Initiative, or EFI, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, fuel switching to hydrogen or electrification, and new technology adoption of high efficiency equipment hold the highest potential for unlocking the 2030 emissions reduction target. And therefore, our research areas are aligned with these types of strategic analysis of the industry. In addition, SoCalGas recently established an internal working group to help address hard to decarbonize customers. It highlights some of the unique ways that RD&D helps address our customers and well position us to address their needs. Lastly, for our fifth subprogram, we have residential appliances. The purpose of the subprogram is to develop technologies and advancements related to gas-consuming appliances in the residential space. As you can see on the figure on the right, residential buildings significantly contribute to building emissions and therefore should be prioritized for building decarbonization. Here we have some research areas for the residential appliance subprogram. Hydrogen blends for residential appliances, technology development in residential water heating, space heating, and cooking appliances with the goal of increasing energy efficiency and reducing emissions, and development in peripheral appliances such as outdoor grills, pool heaters, and gas dryers. The benefit of this program is that a lot of the technology development from this program is synergistic with commercial applications. The difference is mainly due to size and scale. On the right, we also have some sector pathways to achieving the 2030 technical targets for building decarbonization. As you can see, improvements in energy efficiency yield some of the highest potential for achieving the building decarbonization target. And here is our 2023 funding allocation for our end-use RD&D program. Allocations were made to focus on building decarbonization and hard to decarbonize sectors. Thank you for your attention today. I'd like to spend these last couple of minutes with you to solicit feedback that supports the goals and objectives of our RD&D program. I have prepared for you 5 guiding questions to help facilitate our conversation today. They are, what type of appliance or equipment would be valuable to hybridize? That is, operating on both natural gas and electricity. What type of application or sector should we consider for point source carbon capture and utilization? What hydrogen blend levels should we focus on? That is 50% or greater, or pure hydrogen. What type of industrial sector, equipment, or process should SoCalGas prioritize? Given the breadth of technology that falls under the customer end-use program, are you aware of projects or funding opportunities that SoCalGas could collaborate on and support? And lastly, within advanced innovation, are there new innovations that we should be aware of and support? Please refer to these questions now during this Q&A period, and if you choose to provide written feedback after the workshop, all the feedback questions are compiled into a single document in your handouts along with instructions for submitting written comments. Please note that written comments are due by 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Friday, May 6th. And now I'd like to give everyone a few minutes to digest the question and open the floor for questions and answers. Thank you for your attention.
There's 2 questions.
All right, thanks, Alan. A couple questions in the chat box. Regarding the food service sub-program, will restaurant operators receive any grants or stipends that will help them purchase high efficiency equipment in combination with the educational opportunities mentioned?
Thank you for your question. That's actually a great question. We do have a department within the gas company that incentivize our customers to upgrade to higher efficiency equipment. And so I may want to, or I will reach out to you through written response to help you find that program.
All right, thanks. And this one from Jason, for industrial and commercial applications, will customers have to replace existing end-use devices, boilers, fryers, etc., to use hydrogen as a fuel source instead of natural gas?
I think that this could be well, thank you for the question. It's a great question, and it's definitely a complicated question, but the goal is definitely to enable our existing customer base to retrofit their existing technologies to use blends of hydrogen. As far as the very long term, where hydrogen is going to be the main fuel source, that's remained to be answered today, but we're definitely spending a lot of our time and resources exploring and understanding the problem.
All right. We'll give everybody a couple minutes here to refer to the questions posed in the presentation for feedback, or if you have questions about the program. All right. Any other questions? Anyone care to raise their hand and ask a question or make a comment?
So I do see that Jason asked a question regarding safety for the use of hydrogen for our end users and our existing pipeline systems. So I can try my best to answer the safety question from an end user standpoint. There are some potential safety concerns regarding, burner flashback, which we are currently exploring, but it seems like at low blends of hydrogen, and when I say low blends, within the region of 0 to 30%, flashback is typically not a concern. And so, there is no major safety hurdle at the lower blends. As far as the higher blends goes, flashback could be a significant contributor to, our research. And so we're currently exploring design improvements to reduce any possible safety issues. Matt, I think you're muted.
Thanks. One more question from Sean. How does SoCalGas propose to alleviate the burden to commercial food services, industry, and residents with future required installation of high efficiency technology?
Thank you for your question, Sean. I think generally speaking, SoCalGas could help with the burden by improving or increasing the incentives to help reduce the customer costs. We can also help in this space by providing education on the type of technology available to the customer base. One of the major problems for the turnover to high efficiency equipment is that not a lot of restaurant operators are aware that the technology exists. And so education and outreach will be a great resource to help get address this concern.
Great, yeah, thanks. I mean, two examples of programs outside of the RD&D program, customer programs, which develops incentives for high efficiency equipment, and then the Energy Resource Center, where we have the demonstration kitchen for customers to come in and test out new high efficiency equipment and learn more about them. So, thanks, Alan. All right. Well, we'll give everybody some more time to answer questions. Thank you, Alan. If you could take us to the next slide. We are done. Sorry, one more. We've completed our presentations for the day. Remaining workshop time we can use to address questions and comments from the attendees. As you know, submit your questions in the GoToMeeting or GoToWebinar question box. And we do, again, encourage you to provide written comments following the workshop. Please submit them to rddinfo@SoCalGas.com by Friday, May 6th, 2022. I want to thank the RD&D team for putting together the presentation and all of the work that went into it, as well as the 2021 annual report. Thanks to everybody on RD&D staff, much appreciated. I want to thank everybody who joined us today and has attended our workshop for joining us and sharing your time with us. And with that, we'll leave it open for a little while to take general questions and comments. And CRE says, thanks for all the great presentations, very informative. Thanks for joining us. Much appreciated. Great job, everyone, from Bob. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, RD&D team, for the great presentations. Looking forward to continuing the discussions. Thank you, Michael. Really appreciate it. All right, and here's a question from Jason. Is SoCalGas looking into using fuel cells as a source of battery type storage for use when renewable generation declines in the late afternoon, evening? Jeff, do you want to handle that one?
Sure. Yeah. So definitely, maybe not necessarily the fuel cells themselves for the storage component, although we are looking and very interested in reversible fuel cell technology. So, if you can imagine either a reversible fuel cell or an electrolyzer, taking abundant renewable energy during the day, storing that as hydrogen, and then deploying that hydrogen back through a fuel cell to provide power at night when the renewable energy is no longer available. That's a situation that we're very interested in. And that type of work falls under the integration and control subprogram within the Clean Generation program.
You're muted, Matt.
Thanks. I may have missed this, but will the presentation be available for viewing again? Yes, we will post a link to a recording of the presentation on our website within the next few days. And from Emily, what a fantastic workshop. Is there anywhere we can sign up to receive notifications for future SoCalGas workshops like this one? Yes, Emily, since you signed up for this workshop, you are automatically added to our workshop invitation list. So you will be receiving notifications for our future workshops and webinars. From David, excellent job. We appreciate all the work that went into this event. Hopefully more to come. We look forward to future collaborations. Thank you, David, for joining us. Much appreciated. Looking forward to working with you in the future as well. Thanks all presenters and Matthew for providing all the technical info through great presentations. Thank you for coming. Ishida. Appreciate your time. From Lorna, do you know when other workshops will be held? Are they quarterly? We hold our public workshop just once a year in order to help prepare the following year's research plan. But we do hold quarterly research webinars where we share research projects that are active or have been recently completed, and they tend to feature the researchers. So we do have a workshop coming up May 19th featuring Bridger Photonics, which is a leak detection, airborne leak detection technology. And information about that webinar is available on the RD&D website. And then again, I encourage you to follow LinkedIn. We try to post all of our workshops, all of our webinars, all of our events, but also share other interesting events in the clean energy space or the natural gas and hydrogen research space. So you'll often see presentations being held by GTI or the Department of Energy that we think are interesting that we try to share with our stakeholders as well. From Sansan, first time attending the workshop, excellent materials. We'll take the day off to attend the workshop next year to focus on the workshop. We appreciate that. It is, there's a lot of material to cover. We do try to maintain that schedule so that folks can tune in for certain portions of the program. We appreciate that it's a long day. And thank you for taking the time to join us. Lorna, thank you. Excellent. Looking forward to hearing more. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for coming. And once again, please submit your written comments to rdd.info@SoCalGas. If you ever have questions in the future, or if you have concepts that you'd like to discuss for potential research, you can also contact us at rdd.info@SoCalGas.com. All right, we are down to about 70 attendees. We'll give it another minute for any other additional questions, but once again, thanks everyone for joining us. All right, not seeing any hands raised. No more questions in the question box. So I think we can wrap things up here. Once again, thanks everyone for joining. Don't forget to submit your written comments. Reach out to us at rdd.info@socalgas.com with any questions or comments anytime. Make sure you check out our website and the 2021 RD&D annual report for tons and tons of information about the program and the projects that we support. And make sure to follow us on LinkedIn for the most up-to-date information about RD&D activities. Thanks everyone, have a safe afternoon.